Maybe, maybe. All right, all right. It looks like we're working. Okay, welcome to the stream, guys. Still have a little bit of admin stuff. Apparently, we're starting on the wrong tab today, so we're off to a fantastic start. Um, uh, okay, so today we are going to get up here. And yeah, over here. We're gonna try to get bulk of this thing done. Yesterday, I tore it all down after the stream and redid it. And I like the shape a lot more now than I did yesterday. But we still have, a lot of work to go. This thing's huge. Uh, really, it's way too big. We're also going to get ourselves some better food because this is starting to get annoying. Either way, the rest of this curve, right, you can see that I built it on an angle at this point. So this is actually kind of a 1 to 4, 1 to 5 kind of slope on here. It's not exact, uh, but it's pretty close. You can see like right here, it's still, that's 4 blocks, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 4. So, and up here, top, we have, I think that's 8 across. Either way, and of course, 2 down at the bottom. Jesus, guys. All of you. All of you. This curve is starting to hurt my head. Like, just flat out. Starting to hurt my head. So we are going to take a different approach to it and just sort of brute force the whole problem. Getting this thing to look the way we want rather than going about it in sort of a this mushroom kind of fashion. Okay. So I redid the curve, and I'm actually going to redo it once more because I want on this angled part to have a single block center rather than having a double block center on the corner. And that'll become kind of apparent why here in just a few minutes, but for right now, that's what we need. We need this thing to have a single block center rather than a double block center. Now, hold on one second. So we're actually going to go through and model this thing today, and that it won't be too bad. It We're going to avoid as much of the actual number part as possible because I know that numbers really bother people. But we are going to be bringing this up in a graph, right? We need to be able to actually graph this thing, and then we can figure out exactly where all of the blocks go. But it's drag and drop kind of work, not uh, number crunching. Let's see, where am I here? I always lose where I'm supposed to post this stuff. Sorry, one second. Since we started on the wrong screen today, we came live before I was actually ready to live. Uh, there we go. Pink carrot, apparently. These words. Okay. So, first thing we need to do is we're going to take this thing up one more layer. And when we take it up, we're going to go ahead and adjust the circle so that we have a single block center, or a single block center on that curve. Let's go ahead. Actually, no. First thing we're going to go do is we're going to go get ourselves some potatoes. That's a way better idea. Potatoes and rockets. That way we're not eating rotten flesh all day. So I know there's potatoes here. Grab some of those. And we're gonna come back over here, grab some rockets. All in all, pretty decent day thus far. I hope you're all having a good day. Been kind of just cruising along. It's my wife's birthday. Dropped my daughter off at school. We were like a couple minutes late today. One of those I didn't feel like waking up. Apparently she didn't feel like waking up. Nobody felt like waking up. Holy cow. Oh yeah, Salty City's taking this. Is this? Oh, this is already stretched. Awesome. So he got it up. He just hasn't redone the walls yet. This is actually deeper. This should have been like right here, I think is where the wall was. So there were those 3 blocks right there. Right here. He's done quite a bit with that. Awesome. And again, this system was actually scooted forward. He rebuilt it farther back. So he did a ton of work yesterday. Absolute ton of work. We got a note here. Change in progress around a corner. Oh, okay. So this spot over here is going to get where the bulk storage is. Awesome. I'm assuming that this thing is probably still sorting based off of the noise. Nice. Fantastic. Alright, let's go ahead and grab a stack of rockets here. We'll just go ahead and drop the rest of that. Then we have some spares. So we have food. We have rockets. Let's go adjust this circle one more time. So it is a single block center on the diagonal. And the diagonal is the top. A lot of times when we build these kinds of shapes, we wind up with either the diagonal being the top or the sides being the top. Right? If it was just going in one direction, right? Say it's just going that way. So you can see that there's a circle here along the bottom. If it was just leaning that way, then this side would be the top. Same thing goes if it was moving just that direction. That side it winds up being the top. Right? So today we have with this thing, we have it moving in 2 directions. Right? It's actually moving that way and moving that way. It's leaning in those directions. So yeah, the center is going to be this corner basically, and that corner over there. Yep, and it just rounds around these sides. So we need this to be a 1 block center just to make it easier on us. We could do it with a 2 block center, but it'll be easier for us with a 1 block center. And the next step up actually steps in. Step in, adjust the circle, adjust the circle. Okay, yeah. Next step up actually steps in. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. So that will be our new center, right? These wool blocks are not gonna stay. They're just for me to kind of see where we are. If that makes any sense. So that one's gonna be there. We're gonna have another one over there, and it's gonna pull in over here. So let's go ahead and throw that one in. We're not gonna worry about the rest of the circle at this point. We just want to know where those blocks are. And actually, this shouldn't be there, but here. Okay. So we need to know where these blocks are in space, and we need to keep track of that just so that we can continue to model this thing. What we're going to do is kind of build out from here. Sure, that works. I'm going to drop these down right here. It'll give us our space. Should have checked to see what that number was. Oh well. We'll check the bottom. Okay. That blocks our center. This blocks here. And then however far it is to there. Shouldn't make too much difference because all we're worried about is in one direction. We're actually going to go ahead and just kind of count this out. It was at 51. Okay, now we're at 45. So 51 minus 45, that gives us 6. Note that for myself. And then same thing over to that side. One more. Uh, 5130 is 21. Okay. The other concern we're going to have is vertical. So we need to know how far off the ground that is based off of that position down there. Just so we're talking about the same point. So this is 70. And this is 90. So 20. Okay. And then that spot over there is a few blocks lower. 82, which is 12. Fantastic. So, now we're going to leave this part. Stay like that, but we've got ourselves sort of marked out already. Drop some pink wool there. Be safe here. No issues. Haven't had any issues yet. I've had kid in here a few times. And we are going to bring up two things. We need to be able to see our fungus, and we need to be able to see the graph, right? I've used this process a good number of times to model a bunch of complicated things. Last one I did was this guy. This is complicated curve. It's kind of a squished. It's because of the scale of the screen, but it was symmetrical. Pretty complicated curve to put into Minecraft, but completely doable. Right after we zoom in on this guy, down to where we can see kind of one-to-one like this. So each one of these blocks here, these little squares, is one block in the game, and we just pick a side of this curve, right? And if the block is more than half full, then we would place a block there. Sometimes we do a little bit of guesswork, right? Make it look better in game, but generally speaking, that's all you have to do. For this one, we're modeling this kind of curve here. There's some work up here at the top that's going to need some touching up afterwards. This kind of looks like it's more of like a dark green kind of color. Uh, Maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. But we need to get this general curve going before we do anything else with it. Before we get any of the vines off of it or anything like that. So, what we're going to do is, way too many graphs saved. We're going to do this with curve fitting. Okay. We have one spot that we know already, and we know what the slope is of this thing that we've started off. So this one started at 6 and 20. Yes, yes, I know I can try grammar. Thank you. And it's been stepping up at 1 to 4. So the next one would be at 7 and 24, right? So it steps up 4 steps and then steps in 1. But I think that we're going to try to stretch this a little bit farther. We're going to go with what it would be at say 9. So there would be a step in of 12, or step up of 12 at that point, because it's 3 and 4 blocks up, so 12. So that would be 32. Okay. And then at the top, we want this thing to be somewhere, like if you kind of draw a line mentally, this thing goes at just about a 45, right? Which is 1 to 1. All in all. Just about. It's maybe a little bit taller. A little bit steeper than 45. So let's go with somewhere around 90 blocks tall. So at this point here, we'll say is about 90 blocks tall. Okay? And, 90 blocks tall. And then we'll say it goes out by about 80 blocks, we think. Let's call it an odd number. Let's say 81. It looks taller than that, though, doesn't it? Oh well. This is the first one. Now, we're going to go ahead and get rid of that part. Don't need it. Which one is this? 0.1. Five? Is that at 5? Yeah, it is at 5. Okay. We don't need this one. We're going to scoot this one over too. So you notice that these two, if I were to move this, it actually changes that value there. We want that to stay at that 9 and 32. So we're just going to leave that one there, and it'll approximate a straight line there as we drag these other two around. So there's this one. But now we want to make this curve sort of fit that shape. Just by dragging those points around. That seems alright. Too much. I think we need to move this point down a little bit. See, by forcing ourselves to use that curve right out the gate, that's that slope there, we've kind of forced our hand a little bit. Okay. beyond that, that looks all right to me. This would be a little bit steeper of one than any of the ones we have here. But this is just a reference photo, so we don't absolutely have to go with what they have there. It's not necessary for us. What we do need is to be able to see our stuff here. So let's back this out until those 5s go away, and then we can back in by 1. Okay, just like that. Or print this screen, and then pull it over to Paint, drop it in. We're going to want to increase the canvas size to something absurd. And actually, let's drop this in again. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Canvas size to something absurd. Paste it in. And we're going to use the space down here at the bottom to actually do the work for cropping it. And I want to capture these numbers right out the gate. It'll make it easier for us to be able to see. But pretty much all of them, all the images, we're going to drop in down here. Okay, let's click off of that. Thank you. Done with that. But we need to select this. So I'm going to capture these numbers. We'll keep that 15 for right now. And I'm going to drag this up here. Leave ourselves as much space as we can. Shouldn't need too much. But now we have this section of the graph up here. And basically the idea is that we're just going to continue to repeat this process. Right, so we captured 30, so we need to be able to capture 30 again. So we're going to just capture the screen, come back over here, paste it in, leave ourselves our space. Okay, then we come down here, make sure that we capture that 30. And we're going to get up to 70, it looks like. Control-C, copy it, bring it back over here, paste it in. Go ahead and make sure that we have these lines matching up best as we can. 1 pixel more over to the right. Yep. Okay. And that's all right if they're a little off. Won't be the end of the world for us. What we want to make sure that we have enough room up top. So we're going to go ahead and pull this down some more. Come back over here. Oh. There we go. And then there's the top of the one, it was 70, right? So from there on, good. So we're going to capture this again. You can hear the skeletons dying over there. That's always entertaining. And then same thing again here. Make sure we capture from about 70. It's going to be 25. Yeah, it's a 25 bar. And then I think we're going to capture a little bit of excess. There, like that. Copy it. Paste it. And then we can drop it in. And it's easier if we have the 2 lines, because then it's much easier just to get this thing in position. Looks good enough by me. Bams. And there's our curve. And we can now fill in these boxes to see where our shape is. And of course, this spot here, we filled up to that line. So the next one would be there, and so on. But we're not quite done yet, because we need to be able to see what the bottom of this shape looks like also. So let's go back over to our graph here. We grabbed another point, which was at 2112. So let's pull this back out. So at x of 21, this thing was at 12. We want to do about the same thing. We want to go up by 3, so it would be at 24. And that would be up 12 from the 12, so that's 24. Right? And then the rest of these we can kind of do a little bit willy-nilly. One thing we do want to make sure of is that we kind of have a point rounded around this area. But we can handle that at the end too. We can do some of that shaping at the end. So, fourth degree polynomial, a little bit of a pain here, but we can still manage it. This one's probably going to need to be up. This one should have been around 80. There we go. That's starting to look more like a curve that we can work with. At least I think. Let's make sure that that intersection's at about the right spot. These are increments of 5, so we have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. So it should, we want the intersection to be at about 65, I guess. So let's zoom in here on 65-ish. There we go. So we want that curve to actually be more about that spot. Right around here. Here. Let's back this up a little bit. We'll make this a little bit more extreme. I don't normally do this for organic shapes, but like I said, this one was definitely hurting my head. It's too much. I do like that shape a little bit. Not that. That's that, yeah. Oh, oh. There we go. I wonder how that looks. A little bit more smooth. All right. And we can fix some of the shape of this thing afterwards. But right now, we need to make sure that we can see it. So let's see what the all-in-all picture looks like. Yeah, right. It looks a little bit different of a stream today. That's okay. All right, copy that. Right over here, paste it in. And the fun part is, since we captured the depth this thing's at, this is the same curve. The same numbers on the base. So when we are at 20, we're at 20. Let's go ahead and let's capture up to 30. I think that's what we did previously. But, oh, dude. Paste it in again. That works. Capture up to 30 and 30. Nice, that'll be easy to remember. Right, copy that, paste it back in over here. But we need to capture 15. Okay. Control Z that. Capture 15 so we can keep the graph in line. Yeah, do it down here. And then up to 30. 30 and 25. All right. Make sure that 15's kind of on spot. We can use the top of the line there, looks like. This top corner to kind of gauge where this thing's at. That looks good to me. I guess it might have been shifted down a little bit, but that's okay. And that seems to be getting whiter, doesn't it? Oh well. Let's see what the rest of it looks like. Top of that was at 25. So we're going to scroll up here a little bit. Leave ourselves some space. Copy it. Should only need to do 3, I think, for this one. I'm just going to leave that there. We will grab from somewhere down here, all the way up to 65, 50, and 65. C, V, drag it over. Might have grabbed too much. Yeah, see, we're erasing that corner. Okay. That's all right. Just chop this up. Thinking something like that. That'll work. And let's go with right there. Split the difference. Okay, now we can grab the rest of this. Make sure that our lines are matching up to some degree. Yeah, it definitely seems like it needs to be up a little bit, doesn't it? Oh, it's fine. And of course it doesn't matter that there's a little gap there. Alright. Now, it does appear that we're starting to have a problem. This one. This one's curving up way too quickly. So our intersection is going to wind up almost too early, it seems. Did I miscount those? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60, 65, 70. I must have... Oh, no, we're not even over in that range. Alright, so let's fix that up. Hmm, there we go. That'll be a little bit better. Alright, well, we shouldn't need to really recapture much. We don't need to redo the last line, that's for sure. But we are going to need to redo the little bit that we've done here. So let's Control Z this. Get rid of all that. Okay, and come back here, print screen again. Let's make sure that we have, yep, came down to just where we could see increments of 5. Copy the screen, then we can paste this all in. And then we needed to grab the 15. Oh, okay. Let's see. V. Drag this over again. Do our best to make sure that we get these lines matched up. That looks better to me. Okay. Those don't, though. Well, okay, let go. So, man, we lost focus. Looks 1 pixel off's not going to hinder us. Alright, so let's go up to the next section. We went to a 25, right? So we just need to recapture that and all that. Print the screen again. Paste it in. Okay. We're going to capture this dot. And then... there. Okay. There we go. Copy it, paste it. This one's probably going to do the same thing that the last one did, and it's going to start overwriting the line, but that's just fine. So we can do the same process. Get rid of that. Grab a smaller chunk. Say here to here. Go to 35. Wrong graph. There we go. Much better. You can see that I was off a little bit on the top when I placed that in. Oh. No, Control Z, Control V. Oh. Fine. I'll re-grab it. There we go, up to 45 and 35. And we could just drag this thing like that, but it won't make any difference in the world. It makes it easier for us to see where we have grabbed. The downside is now that we've grabbed this, we don't have that piece to overlap with, right? So we can't recopy the space. So it's easier if we copy it. So we copy and paste it back in. We can now duplicate the edge of this thing again to make sure that it's lining up appropriately. And this is definitely a little bit more tedious, but it absolutely lets us handle much more complicated situations than you would without having the tool. It's close enough by my book. All right. It grids all sorts of off. It's okay. All right, then we went up to about, was it 45? Yeah, 45. So let's grab from about 45 and 30 on up. That should be okay. Up to 60. There we go. All right, that shape's looking a little bit better. And we grabbed up to 60, so we're just going to come up the rest of the way with it. Control C. Oh, no, print screen. There we go. Man, dead day today. That's all right. This is going to get edited into video format, so not the end of the world. Nice. Do appreciate all the support I have been getting lately. That's been pretty awesome. All right, we're going to go ahead and capture just above those lines. That's 45 and 60. And we're just going to go ahead and capture up to there. That's 90. But that's going to be way too much. We're going to overlap so much stuff. Never mind. We're going to grab up to 70 first. This goes right here. Yep. Hmm. Or wait, what's this down here? This is that dot, isn't it? Yep. That looks much better as far as the way the curves curving. All right, that works by me. Grab the second dot, so we'll grab the second dot again, and we'll get up to that point. It's a little bit of a pain dealing with the extra lines, but absolutely doable. And the best way to do it is actually to have the lines fit over the same spot. Now, this is a little bit of an issue. I don't particularly like it because it means that this point here on this thing is going to be a little bit sharper, right? But we can fix that after we've gotten this thing modeled. All in all, I like the shape. And that's really that's the whole point, is that we can go ahead, we can put these pieces in, we can see where each of the blocks are, see where this line goes, and then we generally have the whole shape to work with. Okay? And now all we have to do is go in here, we'll grab ourselves a brush. We know that this is where this block ended. Let me get rid of my chat. Yep, there we go. Easier. Grab ourselves a marker of some kind. I like the red. Let's get ourselves a little bit larger. That'll work. So at this point, this thing has gone doot, 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 and then doot, 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 doot. Actually, I think it's right there, right? Hmm. And that's essentially what this thing's done. I've obviously I've varied the diameter more, just so that we could get more shape in here. And we're gonna do the same thing later. But modeling this curve in game, or a curve like this, while manipulating the circle is much more difficult. So down here, the circle's line, I'm just gonna go ahead and draw on this. The line across the circle is kind of like that, right? It's at an angle, it's sloping. Uh, but up here, say around this section, it's more along those lines, where the circle's going around the top, which means that the circle actually changes in its slope as it goes, which makes it much more difficult to deal with, much more difficult to handle. And it can be done. I'm not saying it can't, but it's definitely a pain. So let's go ahead, let's count out these blocks, and we can just go ahead and place these in the world in both directions. We're going to go in the X and in the Z and just replace them all in. What's going on, APK? How you doing today? And then afterwards, we're going to take the center points. And I could show you kind of what I mean about that here in just a second. Oh yeah, yeah. The one I use for circles, when I do use one for circles, uh, bad as it is, I don't remember. zoomed in. Plots is good for some of the 3D shapes. I've used that one for, uh, well, let's go to my channel. That makes that easy. Oh, yeah. Nope, nope, nope. For like this guy? Oh, take it. Work with me. Thank you. Yeah, so I use the circle generator for this one, right? Plots. And that guy is louder than I expected. And it helps you get the three-dimensional shape a lot better. Holy cow, that guy's way too loud. Sorry about that. Yeah, exactly. And that's the one I use for two-dimensional shapes. Donate Studios is much better for two-dimensional. Yeah, this one. Uh, the downside is, yeah, there's the last circle I modeled. Oh man. Yeah, that was a little bit big, huh? Actually, this was part of the same project that I showed earlier on, so I'm gonna save this just so that I have it. Uh, done. Save it. Cool. And that 506 circle was part of this project. So I modeled this guy in Minecraft. Let's see, can I grab that so that it's to scale? No, apparently I can't. Right. It's not as bad as it seems. Like there's a lot to it, and I mean, I modeled it with trig in this case, so yeah. But it's not as bad as it seems. Let's actually I'll bring that one up. It'd be a great example. So you can see here how I'm just like putting the dots in for where I want the blocks to be. Let's get rid of that guy. If I come back over. Where did I drop that? That'd be it. No, this is gonna be a bad idea. Oh, here we go. Yes, I want to save my work. Um, fungus. That's gonna be a great file name. I'm absolutely gonna remember that. Come on, computer. Windows is the worst. Okay, so I did the same thing with that curve, right? So it's a bunch of curves, honestly, and just modeled where I wanted each one of the blocks in this circle to go. And then, of course, my daughter doodle on here too. It's always fun. But then I was able to put this down inside. Yeah, because my daughter loves doodling. She's like, "Oh, you're playing on Paint." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, you can doodle in the white space, please." Yeah, super fun. Yep. So that's exactly how you do this, and this is basically what the circle generators do. But if your shape isn't exactly a circle, or I mean, these were models with tricks, so these are definitely in that circle range. Uh, I did. Oh, are you talking about the green monster? I probably should build the green monster in Minecraft at some point. Weird French mustache, big old devil horns. That'd be funny. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I built this as part of a large garden structure that I had in another base. So these were the walkways for the garden. Not much. How you doing today? The real Juya? Huya? I butchered the name. I'm sorry. I've got American English and a tiny bit of Russian. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to the last one. Joya. Okay, that is easy enough. Pronunciations are horrible. I'm just trying to figure out how I can model these. All right, these large structures like this, they're kind of a pain. So what I've done is graphed it. What on earth is there a giant W for? Okay, thank you. And plotted the points where I need to keep this thing and tried to keep the basic slope that I've started with. And then afterwards, I can go through and basically, this one is, we'll zoom in. I'm going on the outside of the line here, right? So this one's more than half full if I were to color in both sides with, say, two different colors, right? This one is more than half full on this side. So that's where I'd place the block in that one. Let's go back up so that I can see these things because I'm getting old and I'm going blind. Whereas in this one's not, so it would go in line with these. Same thing here. That one, more than half full here, right? And I can just continue to go down the line. Oh, well, thank you for following. I definitely appreciate it. That thing still scares me, apparently, even when I'm not in game. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's just sort of a continue to guess method where we are able, yeah, it's already changed. So we were going 4, 4, and then now it's 3. So you can see that this line is starting to become sharper and sharper, and this allows us to model curves that are, much more complicated than a circle. Circles we can almost eyeball. These ones, where they're more organic kind of curves, it becomes very difficult to just eyeball it. In fact, it requires a lot of practice. uh, Diagonal houses are hard. They are hard. There is no doubt about that, especially dealing with the detailing on a diagonal house. That is not something to just like scoff at all. This is dealing with almost a different style, right? So when you're talking about houses, you're talking about inorganic structures, right? And dealing with them on an angle like that is super complicated. But when we start dealing with, organic structures, we have to deal with them in kind of a different way. We could go even more tool based and, bring up Blender and model it in Blender, and then uh, there's another program. I'm slipping it on the top of my head. Nice. Oh man, trees are fun though. Trees are fun. We don't usually have to go through all of this with trees. And like the mushroom, I didn't have to go through this with the mushroom, and I thought I could avoid it with this shape, but I spent a few hours on it last night, and it just was not jiving with my head at all. So we're taking the more analytical approach. Man, this one's hard to decide. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna place this one kind of in the middle, and we'll decide on it in game later. And that one's easy. That one's easy. That one looks like it should be there. All right, and we're only gonna do one side of this for right now. We'll worry about the bottom here later, and I think we're only gonna take it up to about, call it about here, right? That'll get us a little bit past the point where I want to be, and then this area, kind of between these dots and past that point, it's wrong. It's just wrong. It's going to be all basically horizontal circles at that point, and we can fix that afterwards. It's just this narrowing and widening shape of circles going on at an angle that is just, it's messing with my head. For some odd reason, my brain did not want to work with it. So let's get these in, and then we can go ahead and throw this in game. Let's see. That one looks like it's less. Sure. And this will probably get changed because that's a really large flat spot. And that won't look good. There'll be a long block, a line of blocks. All right. So there we go. Plotted out each one of the points. And this is basically exactly the same thing that the computer program is doing on the back end with like plots or with the other one, donate. Jesus Christ, can we not get advertisements while I'm streaming? Thank you. Yeah. Bring back up the other one. Yeah, I use this calculator almost too much, obviously. But shouldn't it be at the top? No, apparently not. Oh, crud. What did I title it? Oh, there we go. Yeah. All right, bring that one back up, just so that I have it. All right. Now what I should do is actually print this thing, but unfortunately my printer's not even hooked up. So it looks like we're gonna go up two more because top one we're at right now is at 20, so it should be that block. We're gonna go up two and then up four. I'm gonna just write these down. 2, 4, 4, 4, and drawing lines. Nice. 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3. 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. And if you did this right, you should actually notice a lot of the same patterns that you see in the other ones. So, like, we just had a 2, 2, 2, and then a 2, 1, 2, right? And then here we got another 1, 2, and then it goes into the long sequence of ones, which we'll just count out and write as a number. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it would go into the other one. Okay, let's get this in world and then work on modeling the kind of two-directional curve of this thing so you guys can see how I do that after we slowly break ourselves out of this wool trap. All right. Oh, look, I have friends. Hi, Mr. Friend. Okay. They weren't very friendly. All right, so fortunately, this one travels in the 45 direction. So we can use the exact same curve for both directions. If we instead wanted this thing to go like off in, say, that direction, which is kind of halfway between all the way in the Z, is it the Z? Yeah, all the way in the Z direction and in between 45, so it'd be somewhere right there, like halfway between. We'd actually need to use two different curves, and we could still use two different curves on the 45. I just want this thing to be symmetrical about the 45. And obviously the detailing at the end won't be because it is an organic structure, but like, can't get a breath in without something interrupting. Okay. Let's sleep real fast because this is going to be more than a 1 day process, and we'll go from there. Hmm. And basically, this whole build that I'm working on here, this whole Felucia area, is nothing but kind of ridiculous organic structures. The only nice buildings that I found were kind of found way well after I had already decided on doing the fungus. Oh my god. Okay, so we need to go up 2 from here. 1, 2, and then we're just gonna do the X direction first. Oh, and I already got the numbers. Cool. Fantastic. So then 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 4 again. 2, 3, 4. Then 4 again. 2, 3, 4. And 3 threes. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And I probably should be doing this in wool, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, and 2, 3, 2, 3, and then 3 twos. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4 twos. Was it 4 twos? 1, 2, 3. No, it's 3. I misread it. Make sure I'm not a tard. Yeah. There's just counting the sets here. So I'm breaking it up and right here to right there. I got 3 twos in a row, and then it goes into that 2, 1, 2 pattern. Sometimes if you have a really large shape, this 2, 1, 2 pattern gets repeated a lot longer. And then there's a 1, 2 pattern, and then it goes into the ones on the diagonal. And if it's a much larger shape, sometimes this 1, 2 pattern, you'll wind up where it goes 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Man, whatever. You guys get the point. All right, have a good one, man. I'll catch you here in a bit. This is definitely jiving with my head better today, so I did 3 twos, right? Yeah, 3 twos. I'm gonna go with it. I did 3 twos. And the 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. And then the 1, 2. And then 9 ones. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we'll worry about the top part later. We will come back to that. Right now, let's repeat this process, but for the other direction. So now in the Z direction. 1. Oh, kind of cheat right off the gate. So we're basically mimicking that. So we can avoid counting, which is probably for the best. It's a joke I've always enjoyed. Learned it in a trig class. Took about 6 years ago. Yeah, thereabouts. There's 3 types of mathematicians, right? Those that can count and those that can't. Oh man. That may have been one of those situations. Apparently had the 2 there. Oh well. And there's my bad joke of the day. Oh, let's see. We got 2 more 2s. Okay, and then the 2, 1, 2. And then a 1, 2, and then 9 ones. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. All right. Now we're winning. Okay, that seems ridiculous at this point, and that is because it absolutely is. That's actually where the block needs to be. So if we bring this over, right, will be in between this one and that is actually where that block needs to be. So this would actually be able to come down to there. I don't know about those blocks. The only ones I know are for sure wrong are these here. Right? We know that these ones are temporary blocks and that this is actually where these blocks are supposed to go in the real line. So now we basically just have to go through and find the middle points between each of these blocks that we've placed in here and get the actual line. Yep. And then we'll do the same thing for backside. And then we can just kind of mimic the circle around, matching it up all the way. Ugh. Which isn't not the hardest thing in the world. Not the hardest thing to do in the world, but definitely kind of a little bit of a pain. I think we're going to put scaffolding here. Just make our lives a little bit easier. Pull this one over. That'll be in line with that. You can just go ahead and stack that up. And the other way we could have done this, if we really wanted to, right, was we could have gone and just done it like this, because that is where these lines go. But if you're doing this with two different curves, it is very difficult to kind of just keep mental track of you're stepping in one in this direction and then two in that direction, and where should that block go? It's a good example of that. The candy cane build I did is actually probably a good example of that. This one's a little bit easier than that one was, even though the candy cane kind of seems like it should be easier. The spiral around it. Actually, if you guys want to see that thing, that we're modeling that spiral was a royal pain. In fact, I kind of gave up even on the model at the end of it. Alright. And we're still in line with that. Let's get our feet. Same thing on that side. Good. No, that should have been a 2. Cool. Mm-hmm. Good. And then another 2. This is more into the 2 1 2s. Okay. Okay. 2 1 2 2. We're at the right spot. And then now we just kind of need to zigzag up with the 1s 9 times. Make sure I'm facing the right way. Okay. 1. No. 2. Oh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, now if we didn't make any counting mistakes, this should be level with that and with that. Seems to be all right with me. Okay. Let's go ahead and get rid of our scaffolding blocks here. And we'll go down and pick those up, just so we don't have to go collect a whole bunch more soul sand. Fantastic. Yeah, what was it? Scaffolding block. And then we could do the fun thing of trying to land on these things so we can tear them down from the top. Huh? All right. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. So we can get those out of the way, and then we can take a look at what our actual line that we've kind of figured out. Oh, well, that was bad. I can do this today. All right, there we go. Smack our face right into it. Oh, we're starting to go down the bigger ones. Okay. I thought I'd missed like 3 steps. Maybe I did. Oh. Fails. Left, right, center. Alright, here we go. Smack our face against it. Now we can delete these ones. This is definitely one of my favorite tricks as far as building complicated shapes, because I don't know about you guys, but I am not one of those types that can, you know, build a dragon. Right? Like, I can't sit down and do that. I probably could if I really tried, but it definitely would not look like a professional at modeling sat down and tried to build a dragon in Minecraft. All right. There's going to be some on top of this thing. Let's go ahead and actually let's just scaffold up. Be good for us to have a way out of this hole anyways. Oh, come on. No. Thank you. Alright, we have a way out. Grab the ones on the lip here. If I can walk appropriately today, maybe. Apparently I digressed about 30 years in Minecraft overnight. Now walking like a 2-year-old. And the other trick I really like is using the pixel art generator. And we're going to leave that for right now. You can use pixel art generators on, you have to make sure your resolution's right. Because if you have, you know, too large a resolution, then you'll get a funky color. But up to that point, there is our shape now. We have managed to get that in there. And it looks a little bit better if you sort of mentally remove the bottom block. It's really only the top of that thing that we actually are going to see. So, like, that block there you won't see, but you'll see those 4. Did I? I think I deleted the wrong block there. Oh well. I'll make sure to get that back in. Or maybe I didn't even put that in. Oh well. We will get it. Whoosh. Okay, so the other part is to go ahead and take that angle out. I think we're going to do that here in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. Get myself a nice refresh on the T. So, I'm going to break this one temporarily. I know that that one wasn't a temporary block, but it's the ones on the sides. But we absolutely need our way up and down off of this thing. So, before I take a break, we're going to go ahead and place in some scaffolding. So we have a little bit of way to work with this. All right. Bingo. Yay. All right, that should have been the last one. Yep. No, one more. All right, there we go. That's the end of that. Awesome. And of course, we are still going to have to remove this magenta wool, but man, that looks it looks so pink on that screen, but it looks purplish on mine. Uh, I don't know what color magenta is. It's all right. It looks right, I think. I'm going to take a quick break, refresh the tea, and we will come back and I think before we do the top part, we're going to go ahead and work on this bottom one so that we can see kind of what the shape of this thing is going to look like more. And then we'll go ahead and work on the final part of the curve and then start doing the circle. I think that we can actually, I'm pretty certain we can get the rest of this build done today. I'm, I know we have the blocks for it. We're not going to get to the texturing or to the detailing today, but we can get the structure done today. So I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. Been going for about an hour and a half. Definitely time for a bio break and absolutely time for a refresh on the tea. And I will see you all here in just a second. Be right back. Alright, we are back again. Let's find out what time of day it is. Cool. We probably have a creeper up here. Yes, we do. Hey, two creepers. And I could survive off of the amount of gunpowder and bones and string that I'm getting up here. It's fantastic. Okay. Oh, so I wanted to kind of explain this in a slightly different fashion. Okay? Because somebody had brought up building a house on a diagonal, and basically that's exactly what I'm doing. Right? This is no different than building on a diagonal, except for I'm dealing with curves. How you doing today, 10? Oh, Tanya. That's Tanya. Okay. How you doing, Tanya? This is basically building on an angle, right? So when you build a house on an angle, let's just say you're doing it 2-1 step, right? That's pretty common. This is kind of the angle that you'd build your wall at, right? And your wall itself would be, you know, let's just do a 2-block tall wall, right? Right, and then you drag it over to the line you want it to follow. So these would wind up here, not right there, right? And you get your wall. It's basically the same process, except for I'm doing 2 curves. Yep, I got potatoes today. I decided it was probably a good day for it. Take one thing off my mind. I got potatoes the other day too. We'll probably go back to rotten flesh here in you know, a day or so when I run out. So with 2 curves, right? Let's pick our curves here. Let's go with we'll go up with 1. Now we go up 3, up 2. Sure, that works. And I'm not gonna worry about the whole thing. And then we'll go, you know, up with some scaffolding first. And this one, let's curve it here. So it starts off a little bit weirder. Go up by 1, by 2, and then out by 2. And then what we do is we just do exactly the same thing that we did over with that, and we're just going to find the points where it's above this line now. So find the intersection between these 2 points and that one. So for this one, it would be, I'm going to use a 3rd block for my scaffolding block. Right here. That works by me. And then the next one would be on this line above that one. Burn confuse people. This is bad. Oh well, yeah. Basically, the idea is that you're going to be drawing these lines over and connecting them up with this 3rd diagonal line, right? And that's basically exactly what we've done there, except for that one is on a 45. I've got to figure out a better way of explaining this. I guess the best way is probably just me continuing to do it. I mean, this is just the first one, so we're going to wind up doing more on like these 2-in-1 angles. It is nice having the better food from time to time. Later in the season, we'll move on to like beef right now, though, we definitely need to focus on these structures. Honestly, I probably should be building more than just this today. We, you know, we need to go back to do that real fast. Let's go ahead and we'll block ourselves in. Use the soul sand. Let's go ahead and get our count for this line. Bottom curve. Should still have our color. Okay. And we're starting from 20. I think that's right. So 2. So we go up 2. That's not a dot. 4. 4. Okay. 2 4s. 2 more 4s. Or another 4. 3, because the next one is going to be over here. Another 3. Another 3. I think that one's less than half. So we're going to go with another 3. And that was more. So now we have a 2. Ooh. I can write numbers. Yay. 2. That one's more. So we've got 3 2s in a row. Another 2. That one looks like a 1. Oh, no. Okay, so we got 2 more 2s. We'll double check that count here in a minute. Another 2. And then a 1. And a 1. And a 1. And a 1. Alright, so we didn't get any 2 1 2 patterns or anything like that out of this one. I just need to go through here and make sure that we have all of these. Okay, so to plan the curve, I started off in this. I'm not where to mess with it. I had this slope that I started off with, right? And I manipulated the shape down at the bottom first. So I kind of plotted those 2 points and then use this to kind of, you can just basically drag it around and get the shape of the curve that you want. The software is called Desmos. It's just a graphing calculator that you can get online, right? Use it online. And then you can basically get any shape you want, and it provides this. It's actually, if I go ahead and click over here, this is down in the examples section under statistics. I think it's the statistics 4th order polynomial, right? And you can just click on this, and you can plot any curve you want. After you do that, you zoom in on it. So I'll go get rid of that. You zoom in on it so that it is down to where it's showing increments of 5. There you go. See, so it went from increments of 10 on here to showing increments of 5. And then each one of these little squares is 1 block's space, right? So we can just come down here, you screenshot it, and then you drop it in on Paint. I'm using 3D Paint, but you know, there's equivalents for just about any software. This top section here, I'm not going to worry about. So basically right there, I'm going to do that section by hand later. But this curve here is pretty much on point with what I want. And there's going to be a lot of detailing that goes on that'll cover up the majority of any of the spots that I don't like. But this will allow us to generally get the curve without, you know, struggling too much. Because this thing is circular, and start. Jesus, my cat. The circle's going around here. You know, it's still slightly at an angle there. And then up here, the circle's, you know, much more at an angle. And then up near the top, especially around this section, the circle's almost completely like that. So it's just kind of difficult to take that and, I don't know, drag that circle around. It just wasn't jiving with my head. So we're going with this method. And I'll deal with it in slices the whole way up. So I have a circle of blocks here, and it's going to wind up more elliptical, and you know, another circle of blocks on that layer, and it's going to wind up, you know, again, more elliptical, and it'll be way more elliptical up around this section here. But I can deal with it in layer by layer slices as we go up, as opposed to trying to deal with it on that diagonal, which would be, you know, much more difficult to do. Math is fun. It's actually it's a pretty old method. This one's been used quite a bit, but you don't find too many videos on it. There are videos out there on it, but there's not too many, and they kind of go they don't cover it well enough, in my opinion. And I've been trying to find a really good way of explaining how to use it and how much it really is used, because like I was just showing with the wall a second ago, we do it when we're building on an angle. People do this already. Um, yeah, and then was it? I think it was Hermitcraft Season 6. Scar used it. He used it for his bridges. So basically, I think that was Season 6. Maybe that was Season 7. Yeah, anyways, his Fantasy Forests. Yeah. And then he did a blimp, or like a hot air balloon, right? And it had the rope going up to it. And all he did was he modeled the curves in two different ways and then kind of drug them together. Good deal. Well, I'm happy to help. There's there's a lot of fun stuff like this. The other one that I find myself using frequently, it has to do with palettes. Uh, Actually, why not? I'll show you that. Um, so if we go, yeah, something like this. Let's save this. Sure, save it in my documents. That works. Okay, and go with just search for one, and let's go with this one. This is the one I've used in the past. I think so. Okay, grab this. Hopefully this is in the same one. Nope, but we'll just use that image. That works. Grab that maximum height. That actually makes a big difference. Um, cool. It works. And then you can cut out the blocks you don't want to be used if you don't want some to be used or whatever. Nice long list. And let's go ahead and generate. And it will give us whole bunch of different blocks that are kind of in that range. And of course, if you adjust the resolution, right, you're going to get a different set of blocks that they use in here because this is kind of dithering the colors together. So when you back out, it looks more and more like the image, right? So if you have it at a larger scale, you're going to get more dithering happening where you're going to get odder colors. But if you have it on a smaller scale, you wind up with closer to the color of what you see in the image. It's a kind of a nifty tool, especially if you can't decide on which block to use, which definitely can happen. There's a lot of points where you're like, well, this block works or that block works. I'm not sure which one I should really go with. Yep. Yeah, I've been using this trick for probably about 7 years, honestly. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, the curve fitting is amazing. Um, Counting. All right, so somewhere in here, this is going to start changing again. With this, you just have to pick one of the sides, and I probably should have gone with the outside here, just because that's the surface. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna live with it. I'm gonna live with my choice. So we're gonna go with the inside. But when you're deciding on um, where the block should actually go, select a slightly smaller one. All you're doing is looking at this where the line goes through this block. So this side is about that much, and then this side has, way more. So the block for where the line is at this point won't be in this block because we're looking at it from this side. We want this side to be more than half of this block. So, no, that's way too big. This one would, still too big. I can do this today. Hold on. This one would go right here. So that would be another one. But then with this one, we've got smaller. Thank you. It's this side is probably more than half. It's getting pretty close, if nothing else, right? So we can put the block here. So I'm going to erase that little bit of coloring, bring ourselves back up to that works, and we can drop the block in there. And then this one's obvious, right? That one's less than half. This one's more than half. This one's way less than half. And you can just kind of go along and pick where the blocks will go. And this is basically exactly what the like circle generators do, right? What they do is they just plot a circle and then algorithmically figure out where each one of the blocks go in that circle. Some of them I'm sure are hard coded, but I would imagine that would be more difficult to hard code all of the different circles, ovals that you could get than to go through and do it algorithmically just over and over and over. And that one's a tough one. Yeah, so some of these, like this one, right? It's a little bit difficult to tell. That kind of looks like it's going through the middle, and then it's definitely below the line there. I think this one should go here. But if you're ever undecided, you can kind of just like put it over the middle there and decide on it in the build. Because sometimes these things don't look exactly the way they should, or kind of the way you'd expect them to. So you wind up changing some of it in the end anyways. Just because it doesn't quite look right. Was that it? Yeah, okay, so we don't even need to go up past that point. So up here, this definitely is going to start become, I think right about here, actually. At this point, these circles are just going to be basically horizontal like that. So at that point, I'm probably just going to cut it off and start generating the circles to kind of finish up the shape. But for the rest of it, it works. So where was I? I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 twos. Okay. So I want to break those up into sets of 3 for myself. Okay. So yeah, I went 6 twos. Yes, yes, this is definitely an engineering way to approach Minecraft, for sure. Oh man, yeah, there's no doubt about that. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 ones in a row. And then uh, I'll go ahead and mark this up as the other direction. So we got uh, 2, 1, 2, and then so that's that. From right there to right there, we got a 2, 1, 2 pattern. And in any of the curves that you see that you generate with circles or with anything, you're gonna start noticing these patterns. And we got a 2, 3, 2, 3, and that's another pattern that you see really frequently. 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, right? And if you're not seeing those patterns, it winds up not looking. So you just after you've looked at a bunch of different circles in Minecraft, you start noticing those patterns over and over and over again, and they usually happen in kind of the same order. So you would see 2, 2, 1, and then a 2, 2, 1, 2, right? Whereas you might not see 2, 2, 1, and then 2, 1, 1, right? Yeah, would just give you a really weird shape. So where was 212 was the last one I wrote down. We're going sideways. Oh, yeah. Okay. So then I had 2, 3, 2, 3. Oh no, 3, 2. No, 2, 3. Okay. And then 2, 2, 1. And there's quite a few of the like large skyscraper builds that you can get. You know, you can get nice curves for them utilizing a method similar to this. So if you want to have like a weird rounded shape on your building, then this is a great method to kind of approach that with. And even spirals. Spirals are a great one. Um, the last spiral I'd used this kind of method for was on that candy cane build that I did. I can show you that, but yeah, it was I almost gave up on this method for it, especially around the tip. Um, After the hook, it comes down to that shorter end, 2, 1, 2, and then it goes into 1, 1. So let's go 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. Okay, and I'll just leave it at that. And then Yeah, let's go with one more one. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna bring up that candy cane one because that was probably one of the worst spirals that I did. And then, oh, no, no, no. Thank you. Where was that can? It is in this playlist. I know it is. Streams, Z-tons. Yeah, these. Okay, let's turn down this volume because it's intrusive. That thing's still too loud. My God, that's way too loud. I'm sorry. Did I not put it in there? Oh my God, stop. Thank you. Interesting. How did that wind up in there? Man, I gotta fix these playlists apparently. Huh. I know it's still on the channel. Will you stop? There we go. I must not have put it in there. This one, I used basically a similar method for modeling where the stripes should be. This first part was easy because I needed to go basically in a straight line up, but then wrapping it around this circle here, Jesus, was much more difficult. So you can see I went through with that blue and then did it again over with the red. Yep. You can use basically the same kind of process. So I modeled a circle going around through the center of this thing and then just sort of stretched the spiral that was supposed to be around that cylinder. Yeah, yeah. I think that's a bad example. Bad phrasing. I think you understand though. Hopefully. Yeah, but super useful tool. You can use it for all sorts of things. Let's go ahead and minimize that, and then let's get this put into the world. Hopefully be able to get this thing built up today. Oh, and there's gonna be mobs. Yep. Oh well. We'll just deal with the phantoms. Oh, and apparently we can't fly. All right. You can't see me, but I'm hanging my head in shame. Oh. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that was. I thought it was going to be easy right out the gate, and then I was quickly proven wrong. All right, so thankfully for this build, this one's just going off at a 45, right? So all we have to do is build this part up. This goes up by 2, and then we're going to build it off in that direction too, and then we just find the middle points. We since this one is going off in a 45, right? And I know that we could technically build it up just like that and just go one over and then one over and then do the next one. But if anybody tries to do this with, say two different curves or at a different angle, it's better to see how you actually select the point, like where the blocks go. So yeah, job two here, and then two, three, four. That was the first four, right? Yeah, okay. One, two, four. That's the end of the fours. And we go into three threes. And yes. Two, three, and then three, two, two. Okay, and then we have the 222. One, two. And then 212. Oh no, 211. My bad. And then we have six more ones. One, two, three. Whoop. Four, five, six. All right. And then we just repeat this off in the other direction. The Z? I think it's the Z. And we just take a whole bunch of damage. That's cool. So it's going to be up two. And then basically this time, since we're repeating the same thing, we just need to make sure that we are at the same height. We can avoid all the counting. Some of the simpler spots that you see this, people use this, is like the rope bridges. See it on rope bridges. It's great for like lines. Like Scar used it for the balloon. So ropes that you'd have being pulled in the wind and stuff. Is this supposed to be a two? Apparently it is. Oh, and we're starving to death. Yay! Okay. And then we have three more twos. Yeah. Okay. Did I do that right? One, two, three, four, five, six twos. One, two, three, four, five, six twos. Okay, cool. That works. Two, two, two. It's here. So we need two more twos. And then we can start our ones. And 8 ones in total. One, two, three. Four, five, six, seven, eight. Awesome. All right, now we can go back down and slowly kill ourselves. Excellent. And then we're just gonna place in all of these where they're supposed to intersect. So being on this block would be intersecting with that one. Right. And then these ones are basically just scaffolding blocks. So might be a little bit better if you use a different block, dirt block or something to do the temporary blocks, but I'm lazy. I say that jokingly. Yes. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I'm the least lazy person. Not really. This is exceptional laziness. Oh. I try really hard to be lazy. Does that work? I think that works. Yep, we're into the twos. Right? I think we're... Oh, still... Yeah, still got 3 more twos. Oh, darn. And then we have to go back and rely on my fantastic flying skills to get us back on this thing. Yay. Alright, let's go grab more soul sand. Thankfully, we have a ton. Okay, come on. Alright. That works by me. I want the scaffolding up anyways. Cool. Was that? Yeah, we'll just eyeball it once we get up there. Okay. Cool. Maybe not just at a zigzag, huh? I think it is. Wait, if it goes off in 2 directions, would it be like a zigzag? Add one more little in there. I think we need a one more. Right. Fantastic. I think that's right. Yep. Okay, and that'll line up with that too. Okay, now it would shift into being more in that horizontal plane, right? So it starts doing the 2 1 2s, so on, and the next direction. So we're actually going to fly back over to these ones and start putting those pieces on, and then we'll go ahead and do the intersections for those too. I probably should have done that for the top also, but I didn't. So we go 2, and then these will just intersect over there, right? And we'll wind up with a square shape. So 2 blocks by 2 blocks, 4 blocks. 1, 2. And yeah. 2 3, 2 3. I gotta trim some of those just so I can make sure that I'm getting it right. So that would have been the one. There's the oh dang it, I gotta count. This is the big spot where okay, so it came up two, and then it goes one, two. It's the bottom one that we're not counting, right? That's the scaffolding block for these. Let's go ahead and break those. Just so that I'm not messing up here. Yeah. Okay, now let's count these. So that would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and then the 2. Okay, cool. I didn't mess it up. Gimme. 2, 1, 2, 2, and then 3. Because that's the scaffolding block. Right? And there's 2. So we'll come back and we'll remove those blocks later. And 3, 2, and then go up another 3, 2. Wait. No. No, no, no. I'm thinking about it wrong. My apologies. We went 2, 3. And then we have another 2, 3. There we go. So that's 2. And then 3. And then a 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 1 on 1. 1, 1. 1. Fantastic. Run down here, try not to kill ourselves. Which we did successfully. Oh, man. Oh, good thing I didn't remove all the scaffolding, huh? Okay. So now with just the one, we don't actually need the other one. With just the one, we can figure this out. So we have a 2 that would wind up coming from that side, and then there would be a 2 here. So we're just going to go ahead and remove that, right? And then we can do the same thing up the next one. Oh, so we have the one scaffolding. So there would be a 1 coming in right there, and then there would be a 1 coming in right there to give us this block. Go up, and we have another 2 section. So we have 2 like that. And there's a 2, 3. So we get another section like this. There's 2. Same thing for the 3, except for now, it's going to be a 3 by 3 as the result. it would be 3 coming from this side intersecting with 3 coming from this side, and our result is this. Uh, Technically, like the mathematical operation that we're doing here is called a convolution, and it is very suiting because this is exceptionally convoluted. Then we got a nice 2 here. And then, is it another 3? It is. Okay. I always loved that term. And then another 2. So we just did that 3, then that 2, and then we have a 2, 1, 2. Okay. No. Those are 2, 1, 2. That's right there. And then we get a 1, 2, and then the 1s. Okay. Almost there. 1, 2, and then 3 1s in a row. Hopefully, this does not just look horrible. So I'm going to get rid of all these scaffolding blocks, all the temporary blocks on our way down, and we'll go down and pick them up just so we don't have to go deal with a whole bunch more skeletons. Try to preserve as many of the blocks as humanly possible. Because as we saw yesterday, it is very time consuming to go gather a whole bunch of soul sand. Worse if we would have died. Man, that would have been horrible. Alright, now those scaffolding blocks that I said that I was thankful I had, we're going to be getting rid of. I do think that we're going to throw the scaffolding in here, though. I think that'll be helpful for us in the future. Plus, it'll be in a spot that we want it, and it'll get it out of our inventory. Alright. I'm excited to go see what this thing actually looks like. Oh, and then I messed it up. Oh well. Guess we'll get the last little bit of the scaffolding in here in a minute. And get rid of those scaffolding blocks, temporary blocks. Is that it? Yes, we are out from underneath that thing. Okay. Go see what this thing looks like. Fantastic. Nice. That's exactly what we're looking for. that has an awesome shape to it. I kind of wish it came down more in this area, but that's all right. I mean, it's definitely, it's got a nice swoop to it. Yeah, yeah, I think we could work with that. We can definitely work with that. Okay. Now we need to get rid of all of these temporary blocks that we used for kind of marking things out, and then yeah. Oh, and then we need to get that part done so that it is out to that point also, and then we can start just filling in the circles all the way up, ellipses. So let's go ahead and let's start with this one. This one's going to be the easier of the two, I think. It's going to be really fun to go through and do all the detailing on this thing. No floating blocks. I don't know if you noticed, but with the when we just had the three, this looked a lot like pestles in a flower, right? So you could do a giant flower like this and then model the pestles like that. So you had just like these sort of delicate curves. Um, and you can actually find online if you just search equation for the curve of power line, right? And there are, just tons and tons of websites with, equations on them for the shape of the curve for a power line. And then if you're not sure about, say, how tall flowers can go, uh, you can find hundreds of technical papers on, how tall a plant could be based off of its stem diameter, right? I did that. Went through and found a paper for this guy because I wasn't sure how tall this thing should be, thick how thick this trunk here had to be. So we should wind up with something, looking somewhat natural looking. But that's a big somewhat, but it's okay. What's going on, Barnster? How you doing today? All right. And we just need to get back up there and break that one. Let's go up a little bit higher. Go up higher still. Good deal. Me too. It's a pretty decent day. Pretty decent day. Okay. Here we go. Can we do it? No, we can't. Alright. We're just gonna face plant. Now we're coming along. Definitely coming along. We're about to do the rest of this one. I modeled it out. Show you here in just a second. Let me remove these temporary blocks. And then I'll show you what we're working with here. All right, let's go grab all these. Actually, I'm gonna grab these first. Then I'll show you what we're working with. I'm gonna need to count those out. Don't think I wrote it down, unfortunately. Is that all of them? No, not quite. Yay, potatoes. Speaking of potatoes, apparently U.S. is in a bit of a potato shortage at this point. It's kind of crazy. Awesome. Okay. Oh, or we can not fly. That's cool too. Yeah, so this is the progress thus far. We've got this one done out to the point where we're gonna hold it. Is the last part I'm just gonna kind of eyeball, and then this one done up to this point. We've done this by modeling the curves that we wanted. So I was having trouble with the shape, and I went ahead and built up to this line here, and it's just kind of eyeballing it. Yep. Yeah, we're experiencing a potato shortage. There's potato chips becoming harder to find. French fries, just basically the whole 9 yards. And it's all from a shutting down industry during the whole COVID thing, and it's just finally catching up with us. Man, we have a You're right. What's bad is I don't consider this planning because you when you do work with stuff like engineering work, there's so much more to it, and this is like, oh cool, I can draw dots. Yeah, so it's bad. Um, yep. So I went ahead and I modeled these guys, and I use a program called Desmos. Right, so we have this guy, and whenever you want an odd shape, it has this free in here. It's under statistics, the fourth order polynomial. You can actually extend it if you really wanted to make it larger, but then you can basically just drag these around and get the shape that you want. So if you want something crazy, you can get something crazy. If you want something more like, a rope bridge, you could, kind of get that shape you want in there. Maybe you want those to be pointing down, who knows? But you can, attach the points to where you want them and then have the shape in there. You just zoom in until you get down to the point where you're seeing blocks of one. So right there, it goes to the step of 5. And then each one of these little blocks is one block in the game, right? Super simple. And it is a nice plus. You can actually save these on here. So like, back up here, there's one that I did in the past, still saved on here. So I did this one on here. So modeled this guy, and I used this for a walkway in a garden in a previous build, and it's kind of on the extreme end of it. Well, then you go through and do the exact same thing. This one is saved. Let's open a new one of these. Can I open a new one? Come on, give me a new one. Thank you. Yes, that one. And then right here. Yeah, and exact same thing. Of course, this one was nice and symmetrical, so I was able to stop at all the diagonals. But, and then of course, my daughter doodled that guy on here. Get a nice, like, weird vampire bat. Yeah, you just draw them out, count out the points, and then go. It's basically the exact same thing that the circle generators do, but the you can't get the crazy shape. So you could get ovals, right? You can get circles, but you're not gonna get like a Bell's-Air curve. You know what I mean? So this allows you a lot more freedom, well past what, say, a circle generator would give you. It, it's the last circle I made. Oh man. Especially nice if your brain doesn't want to work with whatever um, curve it is you're working on. So like this one was throwing me for a loop. I thought I was going to be able to just kind of drag it up. So I was building the curve kind of on an angle like this, right? And I thought I was just going to continue to be able to drag it up. But after I hit this point, I started realizing that the curve is actually going to start turning on me, and it's just going to be too difficult for me to like mentally work through the process, especially on stream. So this way is much easier as far as how I'm going to have to do it because we're going to be winding up dealing with these one layer at a time when I'm actually doing the circles, and they're just going to be ellipses, right? One ellipse after another, and I already have the edges where these things meet up. Yep, yep, super fun. Oh, well, we need to be there because we need to count this. I have up to the 9 ones. That should be right there. So then the next part here is we got a 212. That's up to that point. And then we got 121. 222. 22. 22. That's a 22 there, and then an additional 22 there, and then this long one. This is going to be fun to build. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's going to get changed. I'm not going to leave that like that because that's just going to be a square of 9 by 9, and that won't work by me. So for right now, it's going to stay as a square, and then we will round it out later. It may wind up being a large circle, but for right now, it'll wind up being a square. And then we step down. And it's 2, 1, 1, 1. Okay, good to go. Back to Minecraft. So if I can click on the right thing today. There we go. Actually, I want to put that back up on top. I don't think we need to go back to the display capture for a little while. Okay, right behind us. Now we need to land up on that guy, and hopefully we didn't miscount anything. This should work flawlessly. Okay. That's a big if. There's a big if there. See what I'm saying? There's the big if. It's me messing things up. Alright, let's try that again, huh? I gotta get better at flying. Okay. And maybe parkour too. We're messing up these, like, Nice little jumps. Okay, there we go. So, 212. So you saw previously that I had those things built up to the side, and basically all we're doing is just kind of convoluting those two. So normally when you build up, a circle like that, and get those counts, you'd go up this way, you go two, right? And then you get your one, and then another two, right? But this time we're doing that. We're going to do that one mentally, and then we're going to convolute those two. And it's just a fantastic term. So it's actually both sides that we're getting at the same time. So we wind up with these square shapes. So that was a two, and then the one, because it's the intersection of the one that would be there and the one that would be there, and then we get another two. And then 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, simple enough. 1, 2. Ah, 1, 2. And then 2, 2, 2. No, thank you. 2. 2. 2. And then our apparent 9, which is ludicrous. That is not going to stay as a 9, but apparently it's what it's going to be for right now. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And obviously this is probably going to wind up being more square shaped. Circular shaped. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, then we can just fill this in. Because more than anything, it's that corner we're really after. All right. After doing this a couple of times, going through the process of generating these, I found it much easier to make organic shapes just in general. Wait. Oh, no, we're right on, aren't we? Yeah, yeah, we're right on point. Okay, so we're still in the same line. It looks like we're short. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we won't be. It looks like we're gonna fall short because we only have a couple blocks left. So there would be a 2 and then a 1, 1, 1. That still leaves us with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that should have been, you know, on point. So 5 and then 7. Did I don't know where I went wrong. We did something wrong. Oh, here's where we went wrong. What do you want about? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I bet. I bet that's it. And actually, this one, no, yeah, that's side to side. So, yep, I bet that one's where we messed up because I counted that too. Didn't see that one. Let's double count here. Oh, there's a one. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, and we have 5 blocks remaining, which is 9. And here we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Interesting. I have 9 ones listed, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 ones. Hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay, but either way, we messed up. We're gonna get this section because I definitely missed this. And then we'll get it going again. So, tear this out. Back to where we were. That's a big oops. It's okay, this is gonna save us a lot of time in general. So, better that we notice the mistake now than later. And don't worry, we're gonna run down and grab those blocks. I am not the type to waste blocks. It's not intentionally. So this was back to the point where we started into this horizontal transition. Right here. And there should be a 2 here, but and we're going to leave this 2 just so that we have our platform to walk on. Oh, oh man, that would have been better if I just done the fall. Good deal. All right, let's go all to grab all the mess down there. Hopefully, hopefully we can. I'm hoping to get this build done. I don't think we're going to get it done on stream right now, but I want to get the like frame for this done today. So not just the blocks going in here right now, but actually the whole cylinder shape done today. And then we can start working. That was the most pathetic flight ever. Start on the detailing later. So I'll be back after I pick my daughter up. God, can I fly today or what? Apparently not. Oops. All right. So we had uh, that two, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this one was we put on the line, so that was as undecided. I think we're gonna go with a 2, so it'll be right here. Let's make that a little bit more clear. So we go 2, 1, 1, and then it's 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. So this section here is what we missed, and yeah, I think we're gonna live with that. And if it's still one off at the end, that's okay. I'm gonna handle this as circles, horizontal circles, anyways. Horizontal ellipses. Yeah, so 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, not that way. 2, 1, 1. 2, 1. Bingo. And then we can do all of the other ones that we had previously. So it's 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 2, 2, 2. Yep. Is that 2, 2, 2? Yes. 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. And then the 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I almost don't even want to put this in as a giant square. It just seems absurd. That's what the method says, though. So, what we're going to go with. And then afterwards, we will absolutely be fixing it because there's no way there's just a giant diamond up here. Diamond, square, whatever we want to call it. Okay. Now at the end we have 5 blocks and we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's 2 off. I can live with that. The question is how are we going to get these in here? Let's drop down to here. I'm going to jump up 1 and then we're going to scaffold up. Up more. And then the square would actually go there. And then, oh man, this is going to be a pain. There. There. And I want to be on the other side. temporary blocks to be in the same place. Make it easier for me to keep track of them. Here and do it. There we go. Okay, so that's down 1, 2, 3. Good. Good, good, good. All right, let's get rid of all of the temporary blocks here. Or we'll fall. That works too. At least now we have this nice 9x9 pad for us to land on. Okay. And now we can go ahead and get rid of all those temporary blocks. And then we can take a look at what our shape looks like. I imagine it's going to look a little bit silly with that huge 9x9 pad up there. But I mean, that section is going to be, right at the top. So even if we were to leave that as a square shape, I'm willing to bet that it wouldn't actually wind up being all that horrible. Plus, this is with no detail at this point, right? Like this is just going to be almost a like curved cylindrical shape. Oh no. All right, there we go. Hi, Mr. Phantom. I love those guys. They really are. They're fantastic. There's not very many mobs that make you, react like they do. Didn't pull out any of the scaffolding blocks or temporary blocks down here, so just those odd ones off on the side. We're going to take care of those on our way down too. Or did I? Yeah, no. That one needs to go away. Okay. No, it won't let me off the block. Cool. That's okay. Two more. Looks like. Nope. That's it. Good. All right, let's go grab all these blocks and then finally take a look at what our two curves look like. No, I guess I didn't grab those ones. Oh well. We'll get them here in just a second. Thank God it's bedrock. That would have killed me on Java. Oh man. Oh, hey, scaffolding. Right, that looks to be it to me. Let's go ahead and fly up here and let's see what this looks like. Ready? Nice, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. And of course, it's definitely an interesting shape for sure. That absolutely gonna need to be changed into some kind of circle or ellipse, but that will work for right now, and it'll definitely give me enough to work with to sort of create just circles as we go up. And I won't have to model every single section, basically. And then afterwards, once we're done, we can start throwing in, where do I have that? Oh, it's going to be in this one, I think. Nope. It's the other one. Yeah, so we can start throwing, there's like these huge leaf parts that sort of seem to be going over the top. Almost like they're like huge pea pods or something. And then some of them you can see they have these large leaves off of them. This is going to be super fun to detail. Yep, yep. All right, what am I sitting at on time wise? I think it's about time for another short break. And then we'll start in on getting those blocks all placed in. Looks like I missed some of those scaffolding blocks, temporary blocks. So we'll remove that wool after I get back from a break, and then we'll start just flying through getting these ovals in. Ellipses. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're definitely ellipses because, yep, yep, they're ellipses. All right. I shall be right back. hey, I can click buttons before I come back. Not really, but I can. I got the audio back on. All right, so the next part is to just get this guy cranking, right? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn up the chill mode and we're gonna go ahead and get going on that. Let's see. Turn on the webcam. No lighting today. And let's get some music going. Cool. Fantastic. Much better. Minecraft back on top. Shabams. Now we can get grinding. Or we can fly into walls. Yeah, fair. Miserably. Miserably. The scaffolding on the inside. Why didn't it fire the rocket? Oh. Oh, now we can hit something. Cool. Probably should have just aimed for the scaffolding to begin with. Alright, so I had redone this circle here, so we're going to go ahead and just redo it. Swap out these blocks, and then from here on, should just be a matter of placing in blocks. Kind of. The next circle actually needs to be redone too. I went ahead and mocked up what that should look like over there. Maybe we'll take a look at what the circle generator says and see how close I was. It's everybody really wants me to use the circle generator. I don't blame them. That sounded like an Enderman. So, one thing I used to do when I was taking chemistry classes, right? Especially when I was like learning chemistry to begin with, was I would guess at what the color of the compounds were before I even, opened it up. And I'd, order a bunch of stuff, and then because I needed it for one thing or another, and then before I would open the container and figure out, actually see it, I would take a guess as to what I thought the color would be, right? And over time, got pretty gosh darn good at it. And what that let me do is it let me kind of find relationships between different compounds. I think it's there. And the same thing kind of goes for doing this kind of stuff, right? If you just continuously, use a tool to do it, you're not going to get the skills you really need to be able to build like a ridiculous dragon. Like, I'm pretty sure we've all seen Pearlescent Moon's dragon that she built, right? I mean, that's on the extreme scale of what we can do with skills like the organic builds. They're an incredible type of build. Pretty complicated, for sure. definitely not the easiest builds. At least I don't think so. I'm sure there's other people out there that would, think the other way around, that, the inorganic structures are harder. It's always somebody. But in order to pick up the skills required to actually reach that point, you kind of have to break out and try to just guess, how would this shape actually be, right? Rather than just hitting an actual circle and nailing it. Which you will. I mean, if you want a perfect circle, you can absolutely just look up the tool and get your perfect circle. But in particular with like organic structures, you don't find perfect circles. You look at a sunflower, right? And you're not going to find a perfect circle. So you want to eyeball it. Yes. What should this actually look like? That's what I'm going with. Okay. Now we are absolutely going to need more blocks. But for right now, I think we're good. So that one I think should go there. And then same thing with this one. And then this one's going to step up. And again there. That was the wrong spot for that. Maybe? Oh well. And then, of course, after we're done with this, we can go back through and give it more shape. We can sculpt it. That's actually kind of in the assumed plan. Is that we're not going to get the shape right. But we got a pretty good close call for it. And afterwards, we can go through and shape the all-in-all piece to fit what we want it to look like. So we're like half using tools. That's what I'm gonna live with. We're like half using tools. Sure. Now, if we wanted to get this more precise, like if I wanted to really be able to just grind it out without making many guesses, what I'd do is I'd go ahead and plot out the corners, or the center points, all four of them. I would probably do, since I already did these ones, I'd probably do those ones over there, and this one, and get them along the same lines, and then we could just roll it all the way around. But then I'd be modeling the full kind of shape of this thing. And I don't want to go that far. Nope, we need that one. That one's blocking a hole. Nope. Hmm. All right. Sure. That look right? This is 3 and 3, and then 2. Should have been 5. No, 7. Is that one 7? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, it is. 7, 2, 1, 1, 1. Oh well. This one just goes up. Walk it up a little bit. And I kind of think I'm going to go ahead and pull everything up to the same level so that we're just working with our ellipses all the way around. I think that's a good idea. So this one's going to come out a little bit here. We'll go ahead and get that in there. Maybe this one should go down. Kind of feels like it should be down. All right. And then let's get this side. Sort of mirror exactly what we did over there. Okay. Seems pretty on point. Now, I could pretty much guarantee you that I am not going to like this shape. These corners feel way too large. Like this one seems like it probably protrudes out way too much. But that is all right. Let's go ahead and let's draw that up. Pull that out. Oop, we're gonna need more soul sand. Okay, yeah, so I would come down here, we will see it. See, that looks way too cornerish, but that's the kind of shaping and stuff that we can come back into and fix later. We don't have to worry about doing that right now. So we can take a kind of a load off of our minds and just focus on getting these blocks in. And then later on, we can come back in and sculpt it. Make it fit more. All right. I think this box was where we had the wool. Don't need that. We're gonna start leaving some of our scaffolding blocks. Yeah, man, that is way too pointy. Oh, man. All right, we're good up to that level over here. And this is going to be way too flat. All right, now we can work on this level. Go ahead and pull that side out by 1. And maybe we'll do the same thing here. All right. And I think this side we're just going to go a little bit something like that. All right, and that gets us up to that level on this side. And there we are here. Cool. Nice. Thank you for sleeping. Good deal. Now, these two are going to start coming closer and closer together. So this is going to shrink some. I'm not sure when, how, but it is. I know that like on this step, this guy comes in 1. So this line up here that I put in is actually wrong already, right? I don't even know why I did that. It's okay. But we can actually go ahead and fill that in like this. And I think we're going to be wasting quite a few blocks as far as the temporary blocks go. But I'm not horribly concerned about it. If we want to later, we can go back through on the inside and try to get a better shape. Oh, we should have. Got to pay attention to that. It's at this point that I messed up. There we go. Oh, actually, no, I like that one. We'll see. What's up?
Pick up the cat, throw up right there.
Yes, yes I will. Mm-hmm. Yes, sure. There we go. There we go. Okay, I like that. Why did we wind up? Oh, did we not get it up to level? I guess we didn't. Okay, well let's go ahead and let's fix that up. I think that should be a 2. Yeah, let's go with the 2. Let's go ahead and pull that back in like that. Just kind of walk it around. Yeah, a bit like that. Okay. And then another 2. And then a longer section here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That works. That'll absolutely help with breaking up that horrible cornerishness that we had. And then we can do the same thing on this side. And then let's just kind of walk this along. One more. There's a 2. There's a 2. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. 2. And then this one, I guess we'll do another 2. Cool. Awesome. Let's see what we're looking like. I think this is going to work out well. Yeah, see that even started hiding away the cornerish problem there. This is going to be fun. I can't wait to start detailing this thing. And then, of course, it's going to look even better after we get in multiple of them. We start having those extra mushrooms all over the place. It's going to start looking wild. Alright, so this one, we're just basically going to repeat the last layer. You don't want to have too much going on, too many changes all at one time. So it's good to have these layers where you just place in blocks. Plus, I mean, it makes it so much easier for us, right? Just come through here and spam in blocks, and ta-da, we have another layer done. Oh. Although, when we are spamming in blocks, it's a good idea not to waste them. We don't need any temporary blocks. Alright, so now on this one, we're going to have one more here in just a second that we'd have to do a transition on. Right, so we can make everything a little bit easier on that transition, just to kind of go in by a half a step right now. Wait. I'm thinking about it wrong. Am I? Am I thinking about it wrong? Kind of thinking about it wrong. Because what's going to happen here is these guys, It's basically like this row moved in. Because it happens on that side too. I think at this level, right? Yeah, it looks like it. Thinking about it, thinking about it. Let's kind of do half. That's what I'm thinking. So this will become like that. Yeah. And 1, 1, 1. So we go 1, 1. Oh, did I do that? I did do that wrong. Okay. Cool. And then let's kind of repeat this on the sides, I think. We got a 4 section, 2. Let's see if this works. Wait, you know what? I don't think it will. No, it won't. That will, though. So if we had a 2, 2. There we go. So 4, 2, 2. And then once. Except for it's odd. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, well. Nice. That works. And then over here, we'll just keep that pattern. Maybe break it up a little bit with a 3 here. Burning for blocks. That's exactly what I want to see. Sure. Alright. Now let's go ahead and fill that in and just kind of drag this around on the inside. Of course, as we're going with these guesses, right? What we're doing is basically randomizing the whole thing. We're obviously going to make wrong guesses. This is not a circle anymore. In fact, it's probably not even really all that close to an ellipse. But we're going to wind up with a shape. Okay, so this guy shouldn't have been on the inside as much as it is. It should have been out here more. And I don't particularly think that having 2 there is going to be a good idea. So let's round it off a little bit down there. Okay. And then we'll round it off a little bit right there too. And we can go and collect some of these blocks back. Um, I don't like that one either. Okay. Yeah, some of these are unnecessary just because I changed the shape. Cool. That one was. All right, let's go ahead and let's work on the other side now. Oh, that one is necessary. Okay. So for here, we kind of placed one down like that, and then out. And then we rolled with a 2. I'm going to fill that one up. Sure. Go with 3. It almost feels like these two are getting farther apart. Doesn't it? It does to me. That's okay. Oop. And then I think I'm going to go through and do a few darker tones on this thing. Maybe like brown terracotta. Just to really mix up the texturing on this in some spots. And then we're definitely going to have a lot of green on it. I think that would be a good idea. Probably going to get in a lot of the glow berries. That one would really help. Especially as the vines. That's going to be interesting over on that side. Alright. So we're going to start on another transition here in a second. Let's basically this shift should be moving all the blocks up one and over one. You know what? Yeah, let's just do that. We're going to do that for a section. We're going to roll with what we have. Let's see how this looks. Okay. Now all the blocks get shifted up and over by one. So 1. And this is 2. This one would be 3. This one's 5. 5. Then we have a 2 up and over by 1, a 2 up and over by 1, and then looks like 1, 2, 2, 2, more blocks, 3, 4, ooh. And then get a 2 here. Let me. There we go. Okay. Spams. Now let's do that to the other side. I personally think that kind of 4 space is going to be way too much, but what do I know? All right. I don't know yet. That's the answer. Let's go ahead and pull this one out as a 2 right there. And then I'm going to do it as a 2 here too. And then we'll follow this along here with the 1s. I'm willing to bet that in order to get this to be an actual circle, this would probably be a 7. But it's not an actual circle. It's alright. Are we up too high? No, we're not up too high. Okay. And this one needs to go 1 past. This one was a 4. And then apparently we have a 3 here. Cool. All right, now let's just do our. Oh, it's Alright, see, we're down to the threes now. We're cruising. Mobs all spawning down there. I'm gonna need to put torches down there so that we don't wind up blowing up the machine. And as a nice plus, we can actually put a staircase in this thing, right? To make it easier for us to get up. And then we can just max load the machine. Salty was saying that we, it was a good idea to do 10, right? If we can get up on top of it, we can do more than 10. Ooh. Here's our first conundrum spot. This is going to be fun. So this side doesn't shift, but the next side does. That's cool. Alright, so let's just take this up by 2, and then we'll deal with that problem. I see that's a solid indication that they're getting farther apart. Because we haven't run into that kind of conundrum yet. So, do we shift it? Does the circle change size? Do we remove a little bit out of one section? What kind of choice do we want to make here? Alright. Either way, we're level with that side. It looks like it sort of elongates, right? I think that's what happens here. I think it's stretching that way. And I think that's basically what should be happening. Because, this should be getting farther and farther apart, right? Should be forming ellipses. Ellipses. Alright. So, we're going to add in that one here. I think that's going to be the idea. And then the whole thing... Ooh, no. No, then it gets shorter again. I don't know. What time is it? Make sure to keep an eye on the time because I don't want to be late to pick my daughter up. No, I got about 20 minutes. Okay, well let's get in this layer. I think that is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and stretch this that way and put the one extra block in this diagonal section. That's gonna be probably the best idea. So then this is gonna shift over. One. About like that. That's basically how this is gonna go. 2, 3, 2. Alright. Oh, no. I don't want that one there. I want it there. Okay. Yeah, scaffolding block that. And then over on this side, this will fit in perfectly. So we just need to replace these blocks. And it's kind of nice that it really it boils our decision down to that kind of thought process. And of course we gotta make some other choices later, like this actually looks atrocious, right? Maybe we don't want to do that, like right here. Let's go with something more like that. Yeah, sure. And then we'll go ahead and give it one more 2, and then we'll do the 4. And then that would actually... No, it doesn't shift the 4. Oh, it would if I actually had the 2 there, huh? I'm special. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll get that extra block in there. 2, 3. Extra block in. 2. Extra block, and that one. Nice. Alright, and then on the next one up, that side shifts in, and this side doesn't shift. So this side, we can go ahead and just do exactly what we did a second ago. And I guess what that might do for us is it's actually going to make it look like it's bending. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, and we need to remove one. Oh, actually, there. Yeah. 2, and another 2, and then 4, 1, 2, yeah, 4. Okay. We'll go ahead and throw a block in there as a temporary block. And then this one should be a 2. Temporary block, temporary block. And then it steps on the diagonal. Got it. Nice. And then before I call it, I definitely want to go see what this looks like. Oh, that would have been a 2 that we transitioned there. That's cool. And then this would be a 2. Let's block in there. And 2, 3, 4. That's a 3, 2, 2. And then it compresses here again. So this goes right back over to this and fits over top. And of course, we're going to need to do some variations on these circles again, so that we can continue to have, you know, kind of a morphing shape and give it more of an organic feel. But I think, yeah, okay. So see, this looks very much inorganic at this point, right? But we can definitely go through and fix some of that, especially with, let's see, a good example of how we can fix some of this. So, like this spot here, it actually let's scoot over a little bit. We can go up. That. And then if I can attach the blocks, we can pull it up a little bit and it'll make it seem a little less rigid. So we're gonna have a lot of that to do, but you can see how just going through and kind of breaking some of those blocks, it broke up that horrible lininess of it. And we got to do the same thing on like these sections. And those actually, the sides are almost easier because we can do things like this. This one had a similar problem right here, right? And it kind of still does on the top there, but you don't want to like give it plus signs and things. That kind of looks weird too. But you can just sort of round out the edge of the shapes. But you do wind up with squares because the you have circles and they just have the same 3 pattern, 5 pattern all the time, which is why I'm saying we need to vary up how we're making these circles. We don't want to continuously have the same type of circle over and over and over. Even though the lines we have indicate that. Now, I do want to see how. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, and that'll help us break that up quite a bit too, I think. Where we had that one transition, where it stretched on one side and then it stretched on the other. That's pretty cool. Okay, but I've got a few minutes here before we're gonna pick my daughter up, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call this stream, and we'll see where we get to. Hopefully, we can get this done today. I'm pretty certain we can, unless we run out of blocks. But I think we should be all right. I think we should be all right. And then let's be down to shaping it. All right, we need to sculpt it more, get some more of the like actual shape into it, and then we can go into texturing. And that's where the real detail starts pulling in. All right. Appreciate you all for stopping by, and I will see you here in a little bit. Peace.